Hello. Hi. Welcome in everyone. Hi, Gould. I am so excited. The day has finally come. Today we're going to be playing Timberborn 1.0, the final, but probably not actually final, release of the game. And they added automation, which has been a long time coming. We've added things in the meantime to try and fulfill some of the stuff. But yeah, there was still quite a bit of micro involved, and now it should finally be gone. I've seen some criticisms of it, so it might not be perfect, or it might be annoying. We'll see, but it is a start, and the game should be playable like it was before. The automation is like on top of it, except for a minor thing. So either way, it will be a fun time. But yeah, and I haven't opened the game yet because I opened it a few minutes ago. And we added a cutscene, which I haven't seen. I think it's the trailer that they released. That also plays as the introduction. So let's see what it's like. I haven't seen it yet. Because I haven't watched the trailer either. The poor beavers. You got this. Ooh, the bad water. No, I won't let them die. A branch! A stick! Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, that is such a great like introduction to what the game is. Like in just one pretty short cutscene. Like you kind of get the lore about like the post-apocalyptic world and rebuilding. It's really cool. So yeah, update 1.0. New interactive map objects, automation, sensors, relays, timers, and more. New maps, Oasis, Pressure, and Spillage. Spiral stairs, that is a big deal. That's taken way too long, honestly. Not that they've been slacking. Like we've had so many reworks and like huge overhauls throughout early access. This is one case of early access done right. It's so good. But yeah, now we finally have spiral stairs, which is great. Gate clutch banners. So the gate, I think I vaguely remember reading about it in one of the devlogs, but I don't remember. I think it's to prevent them from walking somewhere. So it basically blocks off a path so that they don't walk into bad water and stuff, which they can do, and then they're sick and you have to heal them. The clutch, I assume, is for the shafts. Banners, oh yeah, that was also new. Upgraded modding pipeline, visual overhaul, tutorial tweaks, duplication tool. Oh yeah, that is great, because that was also missing for a long time. And Steve achievements, which I think I already have a few, unless they were like specific to early access, because I did try the experimental when they added the spiral stairs. The automation thing was not in yet. That was not... They added it later on, but then I didn't play because I wanted to keep waiting for 1.0 proper. But yeah, so it should be fun. So we have Oasis, Pressure, and Spillage. What a sticky situation, yeah. So yeah, one thing they did not add for 1.0 is a third faction. Oh, that was... I thought it was one of my alerts. For some reason, like with the music, I thought it was Sunny. I was like, why would Sunny post a message in my chat right now while we're streaming? But yeah, so we have the Folktales and Iron Teeth. Hopefully in the future we do get more factions. That'd be fun. I'm once again gonna play as the Folktales. I know I've never played Iron Teeth on stream, or even off stream I don't play them much. I just, like for me, I love the comfy vibe of Timberborn, so Folktales is pretty much the... like, half the reason I play the game, really, is for the vibes. So when I'm really feeling the need for a change, I play the Iron Teeth, but for the most part I'm content with my Folktales. So yeah, and I already forgot. I know there was Oasis, Pressure, and Spillage. Let's see. Ooh, they are unconventional. Okay, so maybe we're not going to play there, I'm not sure. Because they added like those markers to show you which are beginner friendly. I think that was already a thing. But these are new for the more like unconventional maps. For example, the diorama, which is a very small map. You have to make good use of everything. Same with... which is it? Oh, maybe it's a modded one, because otherwise it would definitely be an unconventional. Because there's a map, yeah, it has to be modded, which is like a... basically, if you take a terrain and you like cut it on the side, it's like a slice of terrain like that. And so it's kind of like a... I don't know, an ant farm or an ant colony with a glass window in front of it, basically. So you just like get this slice of terrain with a bunch of vertical caves in it. That one is very hard to play on. But yeah. So I think if I had access to the game earlier, I would have picked a map. But I didn't realize these would be... I mean, we could try. Creative plumbing is the first skill Wasteland Beaver has to learn, okay. Lone green refuge in the wasteland surrounded by aquifers that can be accessed by clever beaver engineering. Dangers abound in the region. Should you not be careful, those areas will become anything but hospitable. Okay. And these were already in the game before. Do we try Oasis? It doesn't look too bad. There's water, you know? That's all we need, right? I'm gonna give it a try, we'll see. I'm gonna go with normal. I don't think I need a tutorial. Because most of the game is still the same, there's just like new automation. Drinking water at an oasis, pressure while running to the bathroom after, and spillage if you're too slow. A story in 3 maps. Alright, what do I call it is the question. If I go to Google and say random town name. Oh yeah, no, actually, not Streamoria. There we go. The beavers of the stream. So yeah, this is Timberborn, if you've never seen it. Basically the humans have done a big oops and they're gone. Beavers managed to survive and they essentially evolved and became intelligent. The water that you see, there's like water and bad water. The normal water is safe, but you can't drink it, so they have to pump it. Because the lore, obviously it's for gameplay purposes, because otherwise it'd be too like easy. But for the sake of game mechanics, you have to pump the water to drink it, and the lore explanation is that even though it's clean enough to like go in, it's just like the water of a lake. You can swim in it, but you wouldn't drink it. So essentially it's the same for beavers. Oh yeah, they made the water look better as well. Look at that. Ooh, shiny. We have an underwater water seep. Okay, that's the source. So we have trees over here, but yeah, so the water is safe, but we have to pump it still to be able to drink it, and we'll have to store it as well. And if every once in a while you get a drought, which will make it so that the sources here stop producing water, basically. And the water evaporates over time. So you're gonna have to stockpile it, basically. And then you have bad water, which will come out of these. Right now it's not coming out though, which is funny. I thought it would come out at all times, not just during... Oh, it's dormant. Interesting. Well, that's new, I think. I'm not sure. These are geothermal fields. Oh, that's new too. Huh. So there is quite a bit of new stuff. That's nice. But yeah, and basically our goal is going to be to reclaim this land by doing irrigation and stuff. They've added a bunch more of human remnants. Can be demolished for a burst of science. Okay, cool. Extracts water from an aquifer. Oh. So we can reuse it. That's cool. So yeah, there's a bunch of new stuff. Map storytelling, yeah. So yeah, the first goal is going to be to pump water, harvest berries, cut the trees here. The nice thing is we have iron like pretty much immediately. It's not far at all. Now eventually this will run out, we'll have to like deconstruct it. And once that's done, we'll have to go and find a mine, like over here. The underground ruins. And you build a mine there to harvest metal. And that one is infinite, basically. But these do run out as you deconstruct them, so... But yeah, that should be a nice amount of metal for a start. So yeah, let's start with the water, the most important thing with food. Now the question is, where do I do it? So we have the city center here. The trees over there. Oh, you know what I just realized? There is no current. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Do we immediately have access to wind power? I assume so, right? No, we don't. Ah, interesting. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, there's no river, so we have no, like... We can't use water wheels. That's gonna be super interesting. Metal in Timberborn, is that new? No, it was yeah, from the start. Although its use has changed like over early access. Like initially you needed it to make explosives. No, I don't think you do anymore. These are made with... Well, the explosives factory does need metal. But then the actual... Yeah, use the bad water to make explosives. Oh, and fireworks, that's new too. So yeah, where do I place stuff? Oh, but we do have this. The geothermal field, so... With the right contraption, but can we build said contraption? No, we can't. It's only 160 though. But we're definitely gonna need it. So if those are over there, I think the industry should probably be on that side. Then here is gonna be a bunch of fields and the wood. So I'm gonna put the pumps probably over here. Or maybe here on the side where it transitions. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the automation. So there's a bunch of stuff. Lever, relay, flow sensor, depth sensor, contamination sensor, chronometer, chronometer. I don't know. It's a meter, but I mean in English that means nothing. Like you can have cycle and bicycle. So yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think chronometer. Weather station, power meter, population counter, resource counter, science counter, indicator. Okay, cool. Speaker, firework launcher, detonator, timer, memory. Changes and holds its state in response to specific input sequences. What? HTTP lever, and adapter. For APIs. So you could do like a stream thing, which I'm not smart enough to do. Or like use it to have like a bunch of lights in real life. Kind of like a sim rig, but for Timberborn. That'd be funny. Hi Drumi, that's a lot of food you got there. Yeah. Well, over there. I guess over there. In terms of stockpiling, we have presently 0. But yeah, so that is the new, I think probably the most exciting thing. Along with, obviously, these, the spiral stairs. Absolute game changer. Because before that, basically to go up and turn, you had to use one stair and one platform. Which was really annoying. A lot of people said, yeah, but it'd be too easy with spiral stairs. But it's like, it's not like using these two is harder. It's just more annoying when you can't get the building shape that you'd like. But anyway, before I'm starting to rant again, it's time for pumps. So for now, I guess I'll start with a single pump. Do I build it here though? Because I want a path and I'd like to preserve the bushes. Not that we're going to keep them for long. I guess I'll do this. It's fine. So, although, well, we can always add one here and then add platforms here, and we'd have space for 1, 2, 3 more. So yeah, should be fine. So that is the water pump. We're gonna need a gather flag, not scavenger. Oh, that one, did they change the model? I feel like it's different now. Other one can come here. This is temporary anyway. And then we're gonna need lumberjacks. I'm gonna go with 2 maybe. So that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 workers out of 9 currently. Then we need to tell them to cut pretty much everything here. And we're gonna need science as fast as possible, so I guess for now we can go there. So now we're gonna start getting food. This will not last long, it's not gonna be enough. We do get the farmhouse immediately, which is nice. Given that this is gonna be fields. The farmhouses probably would come here. But yeah, that is gonna be very interesting. Oh, also, one thing I forgot is these. Gonna be pretty important. Let's see how that works then. Copy settings V, duplicate B. Okay, so if I say V... Wait. Yeah, select target to past, so... Okay, cool. So you click one, go V, and then past it where you need. That's cool. And then there's B for duplicate. Cool. That is gonna be a huge quality of life improvement. Because before that you had to go manually and change every one. So now we're stockpiling water. And I'm building the inventor's hut so that we can unlock this power source, the geothermal engine. It's only 160, so should be alright. We can go over there. But yeah, for storage we're gonna need a lot more because this doesn't hold much at all. Like it's a 1 layer deep little lake over here. Now one thing I need to pay attention to as well is... Okay, these are aquifers. Right, aquifers are the ones that you need the thing on top of. Which, by the way, they placed one here. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty important. But it is gonna need power, which is gonna have to come from, like, over there. Can we access this thing? It grants you 200 science. It'd be nice to be able to get it early game, but I don't see any stairs. Or, like, any slopes, like these. Yeah, we're waiting for more logs. What I can do now as well is... I was gonna say extend the path, but there's trees in the way and I don't want to cut them because we're probably gonna... I mean... Still a bit to go, but... Eventually they'll grow and we're gonna need them, so... Also, you know what I just realized? The game is in widescreen. Sorry about that. Can you... There we go. I was gonna say, I have to stretch my neck to be able to see what's over there, which is not ideal. Gnunu grew up, so now we have 10 workers. We have 3 unemployed. So the farm... Ideally, I'd like it to be... Well, I guess I'll replace it with one on platforms later on. So for now, I'll do this. Because the berries really don't last long. Like they're not even an early game source of food really. They are really like a you just arrive source of food. And then you better get moving because otherwise you're gonna starve. The first actual source of food is gonna be carrots. You can also go for Spatterdock? Yeah, with the aquatic farmhouse. So these go underwater, and same for the cattails. I'm gonna leave space for a path. And then I immediately disregard what I just said. Let's do something like this. That should be plenty. This was probably enough, honestly, for the early game, but... We're only gonna have 2 workers. And basically the path, they don't like need the paths to go somewhere necessarily. Like they can go off the path, but in terms of range, it is faster to go on the path and it extends their range. So that's why I'm like going and extending it as soon as I can, because it helps them go further. In fact, there's no hard limit anymore, I think. If you have a path, they can go. It's just like outside of the path, they can only go a certain distance. It used to be that even the paths would like... The line here will turn red, and that would mean basically they can't go anymore. Now the red just means, hey, it's gonna take a very long time, it's not efficient. But initially it was for performance reasons. They even added district to try and like split the colony into multiple areas so that the paths don't calculate like too far away. But then they optimized the game so much that it wasn't even needed anymore. Although it's still helpful to have like, depending on your colony setup anyway, if you have a far away like little town, it's better to split into districts. Alright, I think it's time for them to have houses. I think houses are nice. The question is where? It's gonna be temporary as well. Initially we can't build vertically much. I guess, yeah, because it's temporary, I'm gonna spread them a little everywhere. This is gonna have a pump, so I'm not gonna do that. Put one over here maybe. And an extra one here. And a wood stockpile would be nice too. We'll have much room to put it. Actually, maybe don't do this. Yeah, we're gonna waste some wood here, but that's fine. Hi Spoopy! Released, yeah. The 1.0. Now we're making houses which are needed to make the beavers happy and also so they can make babies. These can hold 3 beavers, kids included. Right now we have 13, so we are missing 1 sleeping spot. So I'm gonna add another house. I guess here, yeah, that's fine. So in terms of science, also no good selected, right? Wood. We currently have 139. How much was it? 160? I think before we grab this, it's gonna be better to have the platforms. So I'm gonna unlock those because like space is really the limit right now. Oh, but for the platforms, we're gonna need planks. Planks require a sawmill, and the sawmill requires power. But we do have 3 unemployed beavers, so what we can do is grab a lumber mill, put it down near the planks, I guess. Do we have room anywhere? Over here. Do this, and then we add a power wheel. Is there room to go there? No. Gonna have to cut another tree. One thing I wish they would add is a quick mark for demolition instead of having to come in here. Yeah, so with that we'll be able to make planks. 1 worker in the sawmill, 1 worker running the wheel. Hey, new well-being high score. Because yeah, your beavers need to be happy. Happiness makes them better. Basically, it buffs them. So the happier they get, the more like walking speed they have, the more working speed. I don't remember exactly, but we can tell from this panel. Is it from this panel? I don't think it's from this one. Aha. Movement speed, well-being 2 plus 5%. Working speed, well-being 5 plus 20%. And then life expectancy as well, which is a big one. So you have to like replace them less often. Because anytime a beaver dies, you have to wait for the kids, or the kits, I guess, to grow up. God, just went to finish a sheet music transcribing a piano song for guitar and remembered this is the one where I need to figure out how to pitch shift to reach the highest part. Oh, good luck. Can they actually reach over there? No, they can't. So what I'm gonna do is rebuild them over here. And that will give us room for the water tanks, which we're gonna need new ones. We're gonna need a lot of water tanks. Because this thing doesn't hold much. It's gonna evaporate in no time. So yeah, now we should be making planks. And for example, one thing that the new automations bring is that previously you had to, if you didn't have enough logs, you had to go and shut off your lumber mills so they'd stop making planks. So you had to go and manually pause them. But now with the new automations, you can do resource counter. So send a signal based on stock level or storage fill rate of a specified good. So that's the whole resources, I think. Is there a stockpile, like a specific stockpile? Or is this for the specific stockpile? I'm not sure. But either way, we can monitor resources, and when we don't have enough logs anymore, we tell the lumber mills to shut off, basically. So that's gonna be great. Actually, what do they need? Treated planks, metal, paper. So they all have different ingredients, which is fun. Forces you to not go and beeline for a specific material. Now what we're going to do as well is, speaking of well-being, well actually I should probably do it, even if it's temporary, I'm not sure yet. I could unlock the stairs actually. That is probably a better idea. So that we can put the houses over there. Because this power we're not going to need until we... also one thing I need to absolutely remember is that we also need this. It's only 30 though. I think that's what I'm going to do. Unlock the forester. It's going to be pretty important. Forester needs planks, which we're now making, albeit pretty slowly, but that's fine. Oh yeah, there's a new gate. Disconnects a path on demand. So if you have a path that goes like through water and you have a bad tide, you can tell them, hey, don't go through there anymore. And with the new sensors, I think it's a weather station. This tells you, if I'm not mistaken, if you have a drought or a bad tide. And so you can, I assume, shut the gate automatically with those. Oh, and that's great as well. Because I copied using duplicate, it automatically copied the container as well. So that's great. But yeah, as you can see, the berries are not a great source of food. Building unstaffed. Oh, right, yeah, I do want them. At this point, we're harvesting carrots, so we don't need the gatherer anymore. The gatherers come back later in the game when you need blueberries and... what are they called? The yellow flowers? Dandelions. To make healing stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But in the early game, once you've set up your carrot plantation, you basically don't need the berries anymore. So now we can use the space for something else. One thing we probably need as well is some storage. There's the first drought. We better stockpile on water. The first one is always very short. It's just to tell you, hey, this is a thing that happens. Same with the first bad tide. It won't kill your stuff. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm getting a bit scared now. So bad water is everywhere, although in this map is kind of strange because it doesn't run all the time, which I assume that's new, but I don't know how that works. But anyway. Because before it used to just flow out immediately, right? But anyway, there's bad water sources that run normally like all the time. And they don't interfere with your water unless you do something bad. But then you have bad water tides, which is when bad water replaces the normal water. And this is where I'm worried, because this water has nowhere to flow. Normally the bad water goes away, but here bad water is going to fill this. It's going to contaminate the normal water. I guess we just wait until it evaporates. I assume. Hopefully this won't spill out. It shouldn't. We'll see. A doink. One thing I realized is that with Timberborn, when I stream Timberborn, my throat goes a lot quicker. So it was the same when I played Going Medieval. I don't know, this game just gets me talking. Very different compared to the music streams. So... yeah, did I unlock the stairs in the end? No, not yet. I guess I'll do that, because I really want... I think I'll... well, actually, I can keep it... yeah, it should be fine. Just put the stairs there. Right, you also need a... oh, we have no workers. Power of Studio One! We're not making music, D-man. But hi. Hope you're doing well. Right, the zone. So, plant trees. We're gonna have a little bit of birch. Like, not much. Maybe a 5x5. Then pine a bit more. Over here I'm gonna have the path go that way. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. So we have pine. And then chestnut is not worth it for the actual wood. Same for maple. These you plant for the chestnuts and for the maple syrup. Currently we just want wood for wood. So the bulk of your wood is going to be oak, which takes 30 days to grow, but yields the most per tree basically. Which is why I went with a little bit of birch, a bit more pine. And then, yeah, everything else is going to be oak. And we can actually plant quite a long way. I think I'm probably gonna... do something like this eventually. And then probably another path. I don't know. This way? Or maybe I just keep going straight. Yeah. I'll do something like this and this. That should be good. And then fill all of this with oak trees. Maybe keep a little bit... Actually, no, I'll use the land that I can actually plant for trees, and I'll put some decoration over here. Keep 2 spots open so we can have more lumberjacks when needed. Right, hydrate and stretch. That confused me, wondering why it unmutes Sunny's stream. Thanks to the power of Studio One, which is now called Fender Studio Pro. Right, this is built. Well, we don't need... You know what? Yeah, let's... lumber flags. And tell them to cut all the wood in the wood. Because if you use the demolish thing, demolish resources, you don't get anything. So ideally you want your lumberjacks to do it. These are not worth a lot, but it's better than no wood, so... Oh, cheap thief. Yep. Well-being, thief grindstone. Whatever. This is all temporary anyway. So yeah, we're gonna have the living area over here. Living and entertainment, I guess. We'll have power here, power there. There's the drought. I have quite a bit of water and it's only 2 days, so we'll be fine. But yeah, this I assume is gonna evaporate pretty quickly. Limited pressure, unlimited possibilities. Those beavers are very good at corporate speak. I'm actually gonna demolish that tree. Nah, these can wait. Be careful what you say, they'll unionize, yeah. Well, the nice thing for them is that I am a generous leader. I like to make their lives as comfy as possible. The early game is they always have to sleep outside for a little bit. Because I take things slow, but I think it could be worse. So, hooses. I guess I'll keep this for a street. This is where we have to pause the game because I don't want them to start building immediately. Something like that, and then oh, this is where the staircase will be pretty useful. Though I might just build it here instead. And then have... I can even do it like this, yeah. That should be good. And then one thing you can do for the well-being, obviously you have a bunch of activities we can have. There's also decoration, which makes them happy, for some of them anyway. Like this one, you can see aesthetics shrub. Every time they pass by in that like orange area, they'll get that little buff, which contributes to happiness. Over here. And so the more well-being they have, the better these buffs are gonna be. Like right now you can see they're plus 20% work speed, 5% movement speed, and 0% life expectancy. 0% additional life expectancy, obviously. There's also growth speed, which I didn't even know. So they grow up faster as well, if they're happy. Alright, this did not evaporate, which makes sense, it's only 2 days. But it's not gonna be too long until like we have so many beavers that we pump a lot of water and the droughts are longer. this is gonna go down. They grow faster when being happy. Being happy causes you to have a shorter lifespan then. Kind of. But they also live longer, so they'll be fine. On the plus side, they're closer to retirement. Good morning! Wake up, sleepyhead. We can remove these houses, we now have the same number. And we're gonna have more as soon as we can build. We don't make many planks on account of this being our plank production chain. Very efficient. I guess we don't need this thing anymore, since we have stairs now. But yeah, and one big thing about the game is like it's not just what you see is what you get. Because you can terraform, you can, or landscape I should say. That's one weird thing. When I was a teen, playing Minecraft, right? The big thing was terraforming. That's what people called it. At least in the French community anyway. But terraforming means making planets livable, or like changing their type, right? It has nothing to do with landscaping specifically anyway. But because of Minecraft, it's so ingrained into my brain that despite knowing the difference, I still always say terraforming before I correct myself. But anyway, so yeah, you can do landscaping. You can dig canals, you can dig tunnels, redirect water where you want, build dams. In this case, a dam is not necessary, which in a way is a shame. I can't really show the mechanic early game, but it'll be fine. But yeah, and before, like during early access, initially, I played the game since the demo before early access. I remember it being like poorly optimized on account of being, you know, very a young game and still in development. And so like you had a few dozen beavers and it will lag like crazy. Then the early access arrived and it was already a lot better. But like the game grew and they had to find solutions to reduce still some performance lag. But then they kept optimizing it more and more. Like this game went up a lot in terms of performance. And in terms of gameplay, basically the terrain, you couldn't have these overhangs like this. You had to, like every terrain block needed to be filled from the bottom up. So you could dig canals, but you could not dig them, like you couldn't have tunnels, for example. So to have a tunnel, your best approximation would be to dig a 2-block deep trench and then use platforms like this and build. Well, actually, for a while you could not even build the levee here, or levee, I don't know, on top of platforms, but eventually that changed. But yeah, basically you had to find workaround, but then they improved the terrain and the water, because the water could not go above itself, it was like a blanket. So if you had water here, you couldn't have water above it. Like this was the water level at that point on the map. And so basically the game underwent 2 major overhauls. One for the terrain to allow you to have like floating blocks like this, or like not really floating, but you know what I mean, overhanging, allowing you to build tunnels or dig tunnels. and the water overhaul, where water was fully like volumetric, so you can have an aqueduct, for example, going above this. Like a simpler way of explaining it is you couldn't have a way to go underwater. Like if you had a path, there was no way to have water above it because you could not have terrain there. You couldn't build levees on top of platforms. So there was no way to take water and make it go over a path. It was always the path over the water. And those two changes, like pretty late in development, which is commendable because at that point the game had already sold like really well, I assume. Had like overwhelmingly positive reviews, I think. They could have just kept it that way and, you know, move on to a different project or whatever. But they still went and like reworked the whole thing. And it's for the better because this game is so much more amazing with that. Which is why I praise this game so much. It might not be for everyone because it's not super hardcore, it's not like Banished. But it is very cozy, the building is satisfying, and yeah, the dev team is really great. You can see pine resin, which we're not harvesting, but we're gonna need that eventually. Oh, right, no more trees. We can do this and reopen these over here. So now we're gonna make a lot of babies because when there's 3 sleeping spots, they start making babies, basically. We're gonna have to make sure we keep on top of water and food. Speaking of which, one reason I wanted to move the houses quicker was to build these. Now, do I put them with the living pots? I guess so. The carrots they eat as is. I think it's the same for Spatterdock. I'm not sure. But then the potatoes we have to grill, and the wheat you have to grind it into flour. I don't know. And then make bread with it, and also maple pastries if you want. But the carrots they can eat as they are. It's delicious. The thing is, if I put it at the back, it's gonna be a long way to transport them. I think for now I'm not gonna sweat it too much, and I'm just gonna build it here. Sure, why not? So this is gonna be carrots. Because right now we can't really stockpile them because they're limited to what they can store in here, which is 50. We have vacancies. Right, a path would be good too. We can also move this building, so we could put it over there and give more space for farming, which is definitely going to happen. For now, it's fine where it is, though. Bad water source 4 days. This is what worries me, because... So this is gonna start flowing. Is it the only one? Looks like it is. Yeah, this is still dormant. So this one is gonna activate. I'm pretty sure that's a new mechanic, because I've never seen it before. And it's gonna flow this way, and then that way we don't really care about, I don't think. Yeah, it's gonna leave the map. But that way goes towards us. Then it's gonna go this way. And because this is higher, it means that it can reach that height. That's one thing I wish they added. Actually, I might suggest that eventually. When you use the C key, you can have like this guide, which is very useful. I wish it would also show you like over here next to your mouse cursor, the height level of the terrain at that spot. That way you can see, okay, the water is gonna come here at height whatever. What is like this place at, for example? Because right now I am worried. I don't know if it's actually gonna... It's probably not gonna flow over this. Because it's gonna have to fill a lot of places beforehand. But it might be good to build a levee just in case. Hi Green! How you doing? The levees are not the most expensive actually. I always feel like they are, but it's only 12 logs. The dams are more expensive. So the difference between them is that the dams, they let water through. You can see there's an opening. So you'd use a dam if you want, like if you have a river, say there was, like this is going into a river. I can put a dam here and it will like stockpile water until it reaches that height and then it will flow into the river without overflowing onto the block on top. Whereas with this, it fully blocks it, so the water would like overflow everywhere around. So you use this one if you want to block the water completely, and the dam if you want to let it through when it's like about halfway or like 2/3 up. Used to be 65, I don't know if that's still the case. But yeah, in this case I want a levee, which makes sense that they're cheaper because you build a lot more of those whenever you want to build a big wall. So we can do this. Actually, I'm gonna do it properly. Maximize space. We don't even have to do the angles actually. They're only important if you want to walk on it. I'm okay, nice. I'm glad to hear. Right, bad water source. I'm sure we'll be fine. We have an injured beaver. We're gonna need a hospital medical bed. Wait, for now I'm gonna put just keep them down here next to the water. Peaceful and cozy. Don't ask about the mosquitoes, it's fine. Oh, beaver is not injured anymore, great. Great timing. They do eventually recover, this just makes it quicker. These can wait. We don't need them right now. These, what do they take again? Gears. Because we're gonna need to stockpile a lot of water. Oh, and yeah, if I wanna... Where is it even? I'm getting disoriented. It's over there. If I wanna build that thing, I'm gonna need stairs. Oh yeah, they added that as well. You can do angles now. Before you had to do like one direction and then do the other, but now you can just do this. Oh, and apparently you can choose by doing this. That's nice. So you can like be like, okay, I want this and then this. Or I want this and then this. That's pretty smart. Also, thank you for the streaks. For the 5 stream streak. Current Grin. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, those don't show up on the chat window. I have to look at OBS, and there's no like audible alert either. So I often miss those. Like so far, I've missed pretty much all of them. It's only yesterday that I managed to catch pause with the streak. So yeah, if I've missed your streak before, I'm sorry. Oh, I can build paths here. Well, this one soon, I guess. And also more oak. Oak everywhere. Right, we have... Oh, I was meant to not do that. That's great. Add a third lumberjack to go a bit faster. Because we definitely need more logs, and I guess for now, actually, we can pose these. Add a fourth lumberjack. Oh, not that. The bad water should be flowing now. Yep, it's over there. You can see it go up. Right now it doesn't look like much because I have transparency, but this is the bad water that you saw in the opening cinematic that they added. And as the name implies, you don't really want it, at least in an uncontrolled manner. It is useful. You can make explosives with it, you can make... I think you need it for the healing, or am I misremembering? No, you don't. But you need it for extract, which... this. The extract is used to make more powerful explosives, I remember that. And I think it's used for some other stuff as well. But yeah, as you can see, it's coming towards us. I think we'll be safe, even without this. Now, as more of them open, though, it's gonna become more and more of a worry. Right now we're safe because it's exiting the map over there, which means we'd need more water flow for it to like go up here. But if there's more, the water flow is going to be stronger, so depending on how much exits, it looks like there's quite a few exits. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because I've never played this map, it's brand new, so... For now though, because we don't need it, what I'm gonna do... disposal of these. And focus on well-being a little bit now. So we're gonna need a campfire. That's very important. I think I'll do it like that. Then we can have a path here and some stuff there. Either decoration or hammocks maybe. Let's see. The rooftop terrace is gonna go over here. That's 3. I guess I could do it like this. Although, it would be nice to have more space to do things, maybe. I'll do this. Spend a bit more on the planks. And then rooftop terrace over here. And yeah, one big thing with Timberborn is the vertical building is very important. Although, well, you don't have to use it. You can make like sprawling settlements. But yeah, it is satisfying to build like little vertical mazes.
Don't do it if you're young. It's not worth it.
The beavers like it.
Remember what your mother used to say.
For us, it's a bit dystopian, but they actually love it. Source, trust me, bro. It's definitely worth it, Efonia.
I'm timed! When will they finally
Hear
fear
me swoop? Thank you for the swoop and the don't do it. Oh, we won't have the planks because we posed this. Yeah, this drought is 1 day longer, but should be perfectly fine. You can see during drought the bad water also stops flowing. New well-being high score. Yeah, well-being is gonna go up because of these. I guess we can finish this as well. And another thing they like is roofs. So we're gonna go with 2x3. Costs a lot of science, but right now we have some extra, so... Then in decoration, we also have shrubs. Actually... Oh, the hedge is 150. Yeah, that'll wait. The bench is 80, the hammock is 120. Now these don't have any bonus, so we don't need them. Yeah, I'll wait. It's fine. Yeah, we're gonna have to move these as well. And then... this is gonna be the industry. Okay, I'm gonna live forever. I mean, this was about living less. Because they grow up faster. But it does also make them live longer overall, so... yeah, you should live longer. I don't know about forever, though. Right, and we have enough because this is only 160. Do you need anything special? No, it's also wooden planks. 400 HP. Look at that thing. It's like a rim world. I have another one over here. And eventually we will be able to connect them. We could already connect them over the hill. But it's a bit more tidy if you can tunnel. Which we'll want eventually anyway, even for like going to work. Look at that. So cozy. A bit dusty, but you know, we have a nice view at least. And I guess I'm gonna move this. So, first of all, Stream Area 1. Delete it. And then don't unpause the game. Come back here. And have it like... I might want more stuff there. Maybe here, in the middle. Yeah, sure. Then you can have a path like this. Employ 4 again. And that's basically how you move the thing. You pause the game, demolish the old one, because basically you can't have multiple connected to the same path in the same district. So you have to demolish the first one. There's no like straight up move functionality, but yeah, it's fine. You just pause the game, demolish, and place elsewhere. And then unpause. And that way you have a mostly seamless change of district, change of location. We are eating quite a lot of carrots and we have extra workers, so I think it's time. We do have grown carrots, right? Yeah. Not today, Satan. Not today. These beavers will live. Prioritize on harvesting, actually. A new bad water source over there in 9 days. Which is gonna go and join this one. Yeah, this is a bit expensive. What I'll do for now is maybe build this, prioritize it. And we don't have much wood, so actually this will wait. Because I don't like the food situation right now. I'd like to make extra sure. I sort of wish that you had like a that this was replaced with a number that's like planting versus harvesting. So if you have it set to 0, they'll do harvesting first. If you have it set to 3, or like maybe planting, depending on how you want to set it up. And if you set it to 3, they'll do harvesting. And if you set it to 2, you'll have 2 of them doing harvesting and 1 of them doing planting. Because right now it's basically they all do planting or all do harvesting. Which is why I usually like having 2 farmhouses. It's not only so you can grow more food and stuff, but also that way they do the jobs simultaneously. Right now I'm prioritizing harvesting because, as you can see, it's not looking great. But we also want to plant the next crops, ideally. So we still don't have... No, we should have enough. Yeah, we definitely have enough. Can we reach it? Maybe not. We should be able to, but anyway. There we go. We're not going to be able to plant it everywhere, though. So what I'm going to do as well is tell them to plant over here.
I met a cow, her name was Jessica. We got married, but then she died.
I miss Jessica. I miss her so much. Oh yeah, initially we needed... the path to be like this, so I'll do, yeah, this, I guess. And we're gonna plant a bunch of carrots. Keep 1 space for the pump there. We got married, but then she died. For now, I'll keep the science, I think. Though maybe the showers. Though it's only 50 science points. What do we need for the weather station? Treated planks. You hungry? We have carrots you can eat. 69. It's gone. Yeah, the nice thing is we have metal right there. That's pretty cool. One thing I'd love to get is these, the medium tank. Because in this game the storage scales more than the tiles they occupy as you upgrade. So like these have, oh, how much? 30 for one tile of space. These hold 300 for 4 tiles of space. So it's a lot more efficient. And then these are 9, yeah, 9 tiles, and they hold 1200. So it's more space efficient to upgrade, same for the warehouses. The small ones are more for like, well, honestly I never use them almost, except in very niche cases. For houses, sometimes those are the ones where I will use the mini lodges. They're less efficient, but sometimes you have like that little bit of space where you can just tuck one in. It's space that you would not use normally anyway. So for storage, I find it's generally not worth it. Because you're better off just finding somewhere else. But I think with the like very weird maps, like the diorama one, the one in the cave, where you have almost no space, then maybe it's a lot more important. Yeah, now we have showers. Do you think they clean the water before? Because obviously they don't drink it, so they don't need. But it's still nice to have uncontaminated water in your shower. Because this, it pumps and filters, because they still need to filter it before drinking it. And now that the food crisis has been averted, build this again. So we can finally start making gears and stuff, which we're gonna need for the medium tanks here. And then eventually this one needs metal. Right, I did remove these. What I'll do is I build them here at the back. Well, we're not gonna fit in this spot anyway. Maybe over here. Oops. Nope, I know how to use a keyboard. More space for the crops, and also these. Add one over here. Maybe one over there. I'm a little tree as well. Go. That is almost built. We have all the materials in. Does it need workers? I assume not. But you never know, it might need workers. In real life, I assume they would need someone to be there monitoring. But nope, this is passive, that's nice. Beaver engineering at its finest. Now, oh yeah, I forgot that this was supposed to be the farms. Although, what I can do... Put one of those here too, for now. And then we can do this. Though maybe... Right, this is temporarily going. Sorry. We'll be back, I promise. Right, one with the door here. And the other with the door there, I guess. That way that gives us this space for plants, which is better. This one I'm also gonna move over there, I think. It's also getting full. What do we need for the big one? Normal planks, but it's very expensive. For early game anyway. But for now, I guess we can focus on... this place. So the power comes out of here. I think initially... we can remove this, actually. You can put them on platforms, right? Yeah. These used to be ground only, but now you can put them on platforms, except for the big one because it's underground. I'm gonna do this. And then build a... wood stockpile. Do I want to build it here, actually? I guess that will depend on... these, so we're gonna need lumber mills, not lumber mills. Now the way the power works is you have these where you can connect power shafts like this, but it also transmits through solid buildings. So for example, I can put my lumber mill here. You can see it's green Well, actually, it's not. It's always green. But the thing connects in blue here because it's actually transmitting through the solid building. So I can do this and then add this, and you can see the other building also turns blue when they're connected. What I'm gonna need though is to change the direction of the door. Okay, that is gonna be a bit wonky. I can make the path go like this, or I can add some decorations, some utilities potentially. And then we'd need this space, so that is indeed gonna go back by 1. Now here that's not very efficient because to bring the wood eventually to this stockpile, we're gonna have to like go back to the left and then back to the right. So I'm gonna make it a straight line through here, I think, like this. Also, we're not gonna need all of them. Gonna need 2 probably, and these we can pause for now. Now this one has a worker but no power. The power will come once this one is built. What I might do, because eventually we're gonna need more plank. Although we could build them up here, that would work. So yeah, no, I think I'll put the gears here as well, that's fine. Unless we put the stockpiles there. That's also a possibility. Four days. That's not what I want. Carrots, we can put the showers back. Although, close the construction for now. So yeah, now the question is, do I put a building or do I put a road? I think I'll go with the path, that's fine. And then we can have this, I guess for now, some decoration. Right, you can close too now. You can empty. When we plant more oak trees over here. Wood, gears. For now, just one, I guess. Now, gears, I think they go in the normal. Yep. Warehouse, so. Guess I could do something like this and this. And then that's super neat. There we go. And because it's connected to this, it's immediately gonna get to work. Oh, we need a plank stockpile as well. Oh, maybe that one would be good here. Or I just put it here, I guess. That's fine. And this is gonna be 4 planks. So that way the logs are gonna be turned into planks here. Go there. And then the gear workshop is gonna use them, make gears, and put them in here. We have a lot of workers, so one thing we can also do is make a holding post. Do I put it at the back over here? No, I'll put it here. But like I said, a big reason I play this game is for the comfy vibes, and yeah. This is not Factorio. Although you only have 400 HP, so... this one... Where did you see it again? Here. Oh, and yeah, you can see this, so... We're fine for now. We're using all the planks right now, so... the gear workshop doesn't have much. Alright, so far our little... you can see the water level went down. You can see the rocks now, which is actually pretty. But yeah, it's gonna go back up. We were like more than halfway down though. As you can see. could also make a builder's hut. Because by default you have these 4 jobs who do both hauling and building, although I think they can only haul the normal amount, whereas haulers from here can haul more. They have plus 100%. So they hold double the goods. And then the builder's hut allows you to have more builders as well. Gonna keep a few workers extra. Unpause this building. And yeah, we're making gears now. Yippee. Remove this. Now, what is the automation thing for the stockpiles? Resource counter. You need paper. That's 250. We're not gonna need much of it. So I think it's worth unlocking right now. It's probably gonna be temporary because ideally I'd like it on the other side, but we're gonna need shafts for that. Although I guess I could do that. It's 15 gears though. And then the shafts themselves. Well, the shafts are fine actually, it's only the vertical ones, so we're gonna need like 2 gears, 4 gears for those. Yeah, no, because we only need... I have the clutch now. Yeah, we only need this one, then the 3 on top are gonna be normal ones. So yeah, you know what? Paper over here. And then power. Gonna have vertical power shaft. Oh yeah, we need to unlock, but that's fine, it's cheap. I guess I can keep this just to remember the plan. Over here we grab a platform, then the normal shaft, like that. That way we'll make a bit of paper. And once we have the paper, we can unlock this thing. And that way we can check out automation early game. See how it works. Hopefully we don't need anything else. An indicator light with alerting capabilities. A detonator arms the dynamite underneath it? Huh. That's an interesting one. What would be the use case for this? Like an automated terrain destroying thing? I don't see. Maybe like as an emergency like water escape thing, but like you'd do that with a like either a gate or a sluice, right? Because you have the floodgate, you have the one of these was a sluice before. Yeah, this one. So yeah, I don't know what the use case for the dynamite one would be, but it is interesting, I guess, that it's there. Yeah, now we're making paper. I'm not gonna bother placing down a stockpile for it, because we don't need much right now. Although, well, I say that. We're gonna need wind power for sure. This is not gonna be enough for everything, and unless we can spawn a river, we're gonna need the wind. So... And I would like to put them maybe over here, and then we can go underneath them. That would be cool. So you know what, I lied. Oh, we are actually gonna stockpile paper. Did I have another idea for this spot? Because I remember I wanted the warehouse, but it's not for the gears. The gears are here. I think we should be fine. So, I wish like you could press X to demolish a resource like you can for a building. Now we're at the point where we're making a healthy amount of planks. That's nice. Let's see, you can plant more oak. I think what I'm gonna do here is well-being, thief grindstones, remove this one. That way we can plant tree. And then over here, platform. Let's see, warehouse. This, and you're gonna get paper. So now this thing. 4 planks, 4 gears, and 1 paper. Send a signal based on stock level or storage fill rate of a specified good. Okay. Can you put it anywhere, is the question? So percent. Oh, it's not a specific... Oh no, you can have quantity, okay. So if I go with logs, include inputs. Include inputs? Interesting. So when stockpile is less than or equal to, let's say, 100 maybe? Then it's gonna be on. And then the question is, how do you connect it? Customize, ask for the color, that's nice. Because like it shows this, it needs to be connected to a path, apparently. Or is that towards the building? And it just happens that it also connects to paths. Oh no, because it shows, hold on. Lever or lever. Relay, flow sensor. So those are all sensors. Right, so there has to be a menu. To connect it, right? Maybe it needs to be built. I don't know. Aha, okay. So this you can rename, which is handy. This is gonna be a log counter. Less or equal 100. Because we might have different cases. So we might have a log counter with different values for different purposes. So it's probably a good thing to put it there. So log counter, Can you invert it? I guess because it's post, what I can do, I think you can have a... Is there a NOT gate? Is there a gate even? Perform simple logical operations. So I assume gates, logic gates, right? But we don't need it. I think I can just say, while it's more than 100, you can work. Well, it's not built yet, so we can't tell. Oh no, we gotta... Now we gotta use reasoning and logic? Yeah. But the good thing is you don't have to. But like a lot of people said this makes the game like unplayable, but they are saying it in bad faith because the game, like literally you remove this and the game works just the same way it worked before. This is just like if you want to automate the things, which many players, me included, have asked for. You can now do it. If you don't, like you don't use this and the game is literally the same as it was before. So yeah, if you see like reviews saying the automation makes the game unbearable, and it's not the case, honestly. Like it can't be because the game is the same literally. Well, there's one small case for it, which is I think the fill valve that regulates downstream water. Essentially, yeah, this used to be the sluice, and it would have settings. Like when the water level downstream is at this level, close it or open it if like you have contamination, or close it if you have contamination. They removed it in favor of this one initially, and people did not like it. And so they were like, well, we're going to meet in the middle because automation is needed for many people. So we're going to put it back as the fill valve, which has a slightly different functionality to the throttling valve. The only downside is it doesn't have the bad water contamination detection. So you still need to use logic for that. But otherwise it works the same as the old sluice. That is literally the only thing that is different. I would say like probably these things have more of a gameplay effect on your normal game. And these and stuff, and the way like these turn on but not initially. They probably have more of an effect on gameplay than the addition of automation, which you can basically ignore with a slight asterisk for the sluice, which is now a valve. But yeah. Mostly kidding, I enjoy Satisfactory. Oh yeah, I know you were kidding. But yeah, you gave me an excuse to explain that stuff. I don't know if anyone's gonna watch my stream that doesn't like know me already, and that might be interested in getting the game potentially. And thankfully, like, there were people, like, in the moment the thing came out, they were like, we need to review bomb them, so they listened to us, which is freaking stupid. Because the devs have been listening to us. But thankfully, there were only a few negative reviews because of this, so the game is still on overwhelmingly positive. Which is deserved, because it's an amazing game, honestly. Bad water source. Is that the same as before? Yeah. Oh no, it's not. It's a new one. We have this one, this one. That one is gonna join it. It's gonna flow this way. Over there. Eventually flow that way and exit the map. Okay, this one actually might be threatening. Because it flows here. Well, initially it's gonna all drop in there. Once that's full, it's gonna start overflowing this way. If it can't... Well, actually it's gonna exit that way first. Right, because it's all down from there. So we should be fine. But you know what? This is not even as expensive as the other one, so I'm just gonna... Actually, I should do it like this so that we can walk on it. Build a levee here. So yeah, this is now built. We should be able to test it. I'm gonna automate log counter, which I need to rename now, I guess. Oh, the sound. I can't, it's not based on proximity, but there's a slight like electrical hum. Satisfying. So this is now like this, and for now, what I'm gonna say is 240. Right now it's on. But once this drops below 240, or like to 240, they should be paused. Yes! Yeah, that's easy peasy. Nothing complicated. You just build the thing, set your condition, and then say, hey, you, look at this sensor. Which is a great thing. You don't have to like wire them, because that would be a huge mess. Like we already have to deal with power shafts. Yeah, that's cool. Now, I wonder one thing though, when they pause, do the workers stay in there? Because if you pause this, the worker goes away to work elsewhere. I wonder if that... I assume that doesn't happen with this. Even the pause icon looks different, it's blue to tell you that it's from the automation. I would assume the worker stays there and waits. Do they? Or maybe not. No, it does. Okay. Is that going to be a problem? Maybe it's a non-issue. I don't know. Because I guess when you're close to it anyway, you don't really care if it's not efficient, because the whole point is you don't have enough food anyway. So even if it takes them time to go back, yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. It is a bit odd. It's very blinky. I don't know what the input means. Does it mean like the things that produce it? Because you have like, what? 30, 45, around 60-ish, which is not the difference I'm seeing here. So I'm not sure what the input is. I assume you can also make a circuit with the the other one, like the logic gate, the memory, where you can have like a... Once it goes under, it flips a circuit, and then it only unflips it when it's over another number. So like stop making planks when the wood is at like 240, and then start making it again only when the wood has gone back over like 300, for example. Like the food in RimWorld. But anyway, for this we need 100. So what am I gonna need for the weather one? Because that's the one that I wanted the most before automation. Treated planks, right. Oh yeah, even this one actually. That's pretty useful. A great first step towards automating a settlement. Because with this, basically I could control this, but instead of having to go and pose them manually one by one, like before. For example, for the pumps, which was my main use case, the reason I wanted automation the most, is sometimes you have downstream pumps, but they are, because of your setup, in your like river reservoir in the middle of your settlement. And you have crops growing around, so you don't want to get the water to run out completely, which pumping obviously accelerates. And so every drought I would have to, or bad water tides as well, I would have to go and turn off the pumps one by one to keep the river full so that the crops don't die, basically. And so with the sensor, the season sensor, that would do it automatically. But even the first one here, which is only 1 plank and 2 gears, is already a huge improvement, because then you can just do it on one building and it turns off like all your pumps or whatever you want to do. So that's cool that they included a simple manual way as well. It's like a group. One thing that I'm not sure how I feel about, and that's one main criticism I've seen, is like these they definitely look a certain way. They stand out. And right now we have only one. It's pretty cool. It's over there, right? But if you have a lot of them, you're gonna have to hide them if you don't want your town to look like a Christmas tree. At the same time, it's cool to have like a visual. But maybe a good first step to like, you know, potentially calm anyone who dislikes this is to be able to just turn the light off. Although you can customize it, so can you? Yeah, that's better. Now I want to test. I go 400. Right, so when it's off, the color doesn't matter. When it's on, then it pops up. It's cool that you can recolor them. You can even. I wish we had a like a color picker. That would be nice, like a palette. But still, it's pretty cool that you can at least. I wonder if you customize one, like say. I go with this, right? Pure white. If I go elsewhere, I don't have another sensor. But if I did, is it gonna remember these for all of my sensors so that I can have like a... make my palette once and then I have it everywhere? That would probably be the most useful to me. I don't know how to do black, but this was it pretty much. Then yellow, it's pretty nice. That's pretty cozy. So this one and actual red. I like the yellow. For my understanding, is the dirty water somehow connected to the drought? No, so you have the bad water here. That one spawns naturally in certain places. In this case, we had to wait for it, but on most maps you'll have it like immediately. But usually it doesn't like interfere with your main water. So it's just like a separate thing that you need to be careful when like modifying the terrain near them. But otherwise they just do their own thing. But then right now we have a drought, which just makes the water... Well, actually we don't. We're gonna have one. It just makes the all water sources, including the bad water, run dry. And then you have bad water tides, which is where the main water is replaced with bad water. That's gonna be the main worry here, because I don't know how I'm gonna deal with it. Because we just can't redirect it. So we might die, honestly. I don't know. I might have to beeline for pumps, actually, now I think about it. I don't even know if that's gonna be enough. The idea here would probably be... Actually, we don't need a pump. We need a lot of platforms and a lot of logs. And basically make a wall with levees until we reach this height. And then an aqueduct. And when a bad tide happens, we close gates at the bottom. So that the water can only go up, I would say. And then it escapes that way. We're still gonna have bad water in here. Because it's not all gonna escape. Well, no, actually no, because when the normal water comes back, it is gonna push the bad water out. Hi, Rock! How you doing? So yeah, we can start with a simple floodgate. Because the valves are gonna need... We're gonna need metal, which we do have, and you know what, now that I think about it, it's not a coincidence that they put metal so close to us. It's probably needed. So maybe we should go there. I'm gonna have to destroy some trees, unfortunately, because I could just have stairs here, but... Or you know what, actually we're not planting over here because it's too far away. That's probably the better spot. Can remove this. I'm fine, how are you? I'm fine too. Having fun with Timberborn 1.0. Been so excited for it, it's so cool to finally have it. The thing is, metal still requires quite a bit of science, but I guess we gotta start somewhere. Oh, we don't have extra workers anymore. One worker should be fine. And then over here, we're gonna need the smelter. And that should be it, really. So we can almost afford it. The pumps are gonna be a bit of a problem though, because we can't build platforms there, so we're gonna need like these things. Yeah, right now we have the drought, so this stops giving us water. These also stop giving bad water. So over... Where do I build? Space is going to be at a bit of a premium over here. Because ideally I want both nearby. This setup is probably going to be temporary anyway though, so... I think if I do this and that, should be fine with this being scrap and this being metal. And then once we've unlocked the smelter, I guess over here should be fine. So yeah, we need 300. We're almost there. Because here we're gonna probably have another paper mill. Paper, I don't think we're gonna need that much. So maybe it's fine to put the smelter here. Like this. Oh, we have enough. There you go, that way we can make metal. Once we have metal, we can make these. And initially we don't need automation anyway. And that's where it's kind of like a bit different, is the original did have bad water detection built in. This new one doesn't. It only does the water level. Oh, the nice thing is we don't need... Well, that's one metal. Is it worth it? Probably. Because normally you'd have to build the floor out of the V. But you do have impermeable floor, which if you have metal is probably the best one to use. Although it is 200 versus nothing. But then we pay 12 logs per block. All the way. I don't think that's worth it, because like that's like what, 10 already, so that's 120 logs. Whereas that would be 10 metal, which is pretty fine. Now once again, the setup is going to be a bit complicated because we're also going to need oh, that one is 1k. Yeah, I might have to move the pumps. Which is fine, we have platforms now, so... Although one thing you can do actually, you can completely block it off. Because obviously there's the well, I don't know if you can use it on these. Although I think it still builds pressure potentially, like infinitely. In a small space, which then has to leave the moment you open, so I'm not sure how that would work. How that would go. Because there's the bad water dome, seals a bad water source. But you can't put it on a normal water source. So... yeah. Because it's going to be kind of ugly having a column. Well, it depends on your taste, I guess. For me, I would rather have a nice little lake than having a big column in the middle and a bridge going over there. I could try maybe a canal up to there and then do the thing. No, because then it wouldn't... Yeah, no, because it still needs the... to be completely... It would like overflow, essentially. Like for it to build pressure and go up, it would need to be completely closed, otherwise it's just going to overflow into the thing. It can be a temporary solution though, to build the tower and then eventually we remove it and have like a nice little canal with floodgates. Drought is... Drumroll. Over. And we're definitely gonna need to save water. But anyway, now we're making metal. We already have 14. So yeah, I guess I'll move the pumps. Because we're definitely not spending 1k science right now. Right, you needed to also go this way. Gonna wait until they're built. You know what, if the pumps are gonna be there, I can also do this then. So we can have another one. I'd love to have like a late game aqueduct as well, where it's instead of building an aqueduct from levee, you can just... And like you have the impermeable floor, having the same but with sides built in, and then it potentially gets modular like these. And so you could like build an aqueduct that goes somewhere and it's a single block essentially. That would be fantastic. Because the thick ones don't always look good. Like if you're looking for a big industrial like boat elevator looking thing, then it's great. But if you just want like an aqueduct that transports water, it's a bit, I don't know, thick. And to be clear, there's no boats in the game. But I was just talking about the visual design. Go ahead to hydrate. Because my throat is feeding it. Build this one here and remove these. And then I'm also gonna unlock the medium tank. Oh, actually do I? So we need levees, we could technically do it with the floodgates. It will just protrude on the side, that's... Especially if it's temporary, like, we don't really care. I am curious about the fill valve though, like see what it's actually like now to use. But like 150... 300... We're not gonna need the rest, the platforms. So it's just 300. Plus 150 if I unlock the what was it? Oh right, the water tanks. 120. So 420. Blaze it. It's fine. The dramatic 2000 music, you will not give a catboy a bad tide early game. I know it's been like 5 cycles, but surely you can wait a bit longer, right? It'll be fine. I'm sure. There you go. So now we have more pumps and we're gonna have more water. This alone is gonna hold more than all of these. That's 180 versus 300. I guess for the same amount of tiles, which is, this is 4 instead of 6, that will be 450 water, I think. I'm not very good at maths, but I think that's correct. I guess these are gonna have to go as well. We're gonna build another one. We already have all the resources. And actually, before I do anything else, I also need to... Do I unlock this one? It's a lot of planks and logs, but we have enough. We're gonna need a lot of logs for the aqueduct, though. Hi, little Pooh. How you doing? Welcome in. I'll do medium warehouses. It's fine. So both of these will have carrots. And this one set to empty whenever we can. That way we can remove this and have carrots growing. I guess I can unpause these as well. So now we can plant tree and carrot. This one won't grow because there's no irrigation there. Alright, I guess I have to wait until I have the science now. Can I already build? No, because if I put the platform and the levee on top, then I won't be able to remove the platform and replace it with a fill valve. But what I can do is build the rest, actually. Right. So, when you have a question, sure, fire away. What is the question? So here I'd like another pump, so it needs to be 3 wide in total, which is perfect. 1 pump and then we have 3 blocks. Well, I can't really unlock the double platforms. It's gonna be an undertaking, that's for sure. 7 by 3 times 6. So 21. 63, 126, I think. And then we do that times 3 again to go up. It's gonna be a lot of planks. Are you gonna make music for the little guy bean song? I saw the clip and now I need it in my veins right now. The little guy bean song. I'm not sure I've seen it. But feel free to send it in DM. Or like tag me if it's already on Sunny's Discord. Like I do whatever way you want. New bad water source. Yeah, is it from today or is it from a previous stream? Oh, it's on Sunny's story. From yesterday. Oh yeah, yesterday I was streaming as well. So yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah, feel free to send it if you want. No promises though. I can only do it when inspiration strikes. You scare me. No, I'm just joking, but I'll send it and you can decide. Yeah, sure, feel free. Yeah, it's always okay to send me clips or like, I guess preferably, like tag me on Sunny's Discord if you do it often. But either way, it's always okay to like show me the clips. It's just that most of the time I don't end up making music with them. Because it really needs to have that spark. So these are now full already, which is good. Alright, 300. We can afford it. So this is going to be 5 per. We need... Well, technically we only need 1, I guess. Well, I'll go with 2. And then we surround it with levee. And then we need to go up. But yeah, the price in platforms is going to be exorbitant. Although we can try the strategy of just blocking the source. I don't know if the game just stops building pressure if it's like completely filled. Or if it's gonna go like build pressure infinitely and when we open it again, it shoots a bunch of water. That would be disastrous. When you open it, there's a flood, yeah. That would be horrible. I assume the next Badwater Tide, the first Badwater Tide, is not going to be too far away. So what I'm going to do is save us Streamoria 2. Hi Lucky, thanks for the hydrate. Hope you're doing well. So it's saved. I'm going to try this method. And then we'll see. I guess I'm also gonna need a staircase here. Then, wait. Wait, you can't build platforms.
Oh no.
So I guess I would need these to be able to build like over. Like these over here, which is 550. I might as well spend the planks then. Hmm. Hmm. Okay then. Guess we don't really have a choice. Or that's all we need really. So then the rest is
Feel it.
do this. And thanks for the stretch. I'm gonna finish this quickly and then do both. That is gonna be so expensive. And ugly, but it is temporary, so... Well, hopefully anyway. And then in the middle we need this floor, which is 200. But we should be able to get it. I guess we're not gonna need this actually. So... Instead... We do this. And they can build from any height from the top. From the bottom they can't, so you need to go up, for example, to build up here. But if you're up here, you can build down there. So you should be able to go and like build everything one by one. We're gonna do the platforms first, I assume. Yeah, right now it's night, so we're not gonna do anything. Alright, time to hydrate and stretch. Sent it in Discord DM, thank you. Building unstaffed. Yep, we have vacancies. Right, we're getting there in terms of demand, so would be nice to unlock these as well. But I think the metal flooring is probably best.
I met a cow, her name was Jessica. We got married, but then she died.
Thank you for the Jessica. Hi, Maple. I just realized there's no like overlay on screen. What are you building exactly? Like a plantation? So this is overall like a colony builder. So I have this to grow like food so we can survive. But what I'm doing here specifically is a giant aqueduct because eventually there's gonna be, so you have drought that come in when where you have no water anymore. So you have to stockpile. But you also have bad tides where the water, the good water gets replaced with this stuff. And when that happens, I want to close these gates here to keep everything here clean and instead have the water, the bad water build up and escape through there. It might be a temporary solution because eventually I would like probably to have a canal that goes like in a tunnel here. Or something. But yeah, for now we don't have dynamite, so I have to build up instead. You know what? It doesn't look that bad actually. It's definitely not as, you know, cozy lake anymore. But it sort of has like a cool vibe to it. It does look like a boat elevator. But yeah, the game takes place in a post-apocalyptic world where this is what's left of humans. We're gone. And the beavers have taken over as like the dominant species. And they've evolved just as we did. And so now they do the stuff we did, but hopefully more ecologically friendly. Beavers rule, yeah. The bobber. Okay, that is a bit worrying. So there's a new bad water source that opened somewhere. And now, as you can see, it's getting a bit closer to home than it was before. So I think we are going to need this wall. Now, the thing is, it's going to probably escape through here. I don't think it's going to build up and overflow. Like, even if it does overflow, it's like it's going to fill these, but that's not the end of the world. And then it's going to come down here. So this is a Canadian game. It could be. But yeah, it's made in Poland. Which I hear also has a lot of beavers. Though this terrain looks distinctly American to me. So maybe it is in Canada. In Canada? In Canada. That's another weird thing with English. Canada and Canadian. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Oh yeah, also they did reskin the levies, so now they're brown again. Because they used to be like this color on the side as well. And like initially in early access, like at the beginning during the demo, they were colored somewhat like this, I think. Then they changed the skin, same for the buildings, actually. Like initially, even the houses, if I remember correctly, were like brown like this. Then all the buildings became white. And then they went back to brown on some of them. Yeah, more loggy. Yeah, we're stockpiling quite a bit of metal. I'm gonna pause these. We don't need to pump water anymore. And this is where automation is gonna come in handy, which we added for 1.0. Because we'll be able to pause these when there's a drought, so that we don't empty the reservoir. Because we have water in here, and we are gonna need the water to grow crops still. So how does the lake not overflow? It's because it evaporates. Basically, this only fills at a certain rate. And I think the way it works in the game is this only like... I don't remember if you set a rate for these in the editor. Because there's also a map editor. You can create custom maps or like edit the base ones as well. I don't remember if you set a flow rate or if there's like a limit when it reaches a certain height. So if it's flow rate, you'd have to set the flow rate of this so that it's, I guess, around the same as the evaporation rate. Now that seems really hard to do, so I think you can set like a height probably, I don't know. I haven't used the map editor in a long time. But I think it's just for the water sources like this, and in here there's none, but originally the game only had, at the edge of the maps you had the... I don't think I have examples to show either of any... Oh, actually I do. Where was it? Here. It looked a bit like this, but without the branches. And they are put at the edge of the map and the water starts from it. And I think with those you can't overflow. I don't remember the specifics. But after they spawn, like any water you divert, for example, if I added water in here, then it would definitely start overflowing. Actually, I wonder how that's gonna go with the bad water then. Because if it's only to a certain height, then it would never get above it. In which case, all we needed was a wall. Guess we'll find out. Still quite a lot of work. And I guess we have time. We have enough science, rather. Right, landscaping. Yeah. That way water can actually flow there and not fall through the platforms. These are 150. I'm gonna unlock them. Because these take exactly the same footprint, actually. Or like the same volume. Because it's 3, this one is 6. And it's also a 2x2, except with 2 stories. And this one you add half and get 9. So this one is also, I guess, the same in terms of the footprint. I could potentially add stairs here and go do something else, so I'm gonna not build a roof. Did you know that Canada comes from the Iroquoian word Canada, that means village or settlement? When Jacques Cartier first arrived in what's now Quebec City, he heard Canada and he thought it meant the whole region, so Canada at first only meant like present Quebec province. That's interesting. It then became the name of the whole country once it expanded farther west. Yeah, it's super interesting when like you have people arriving somewhere and they're like, hey, what is this called? And then they sometimes get it wrong as well, like with rivers. Or you're like, I think it's like the Avon River. Is it in England? That means the river. And that's the river one is an occurrence all around the world. That's hard to say, all around the world. Gotta love people misunderstanding stuff, yeah. What is this? What do you call it? It's a river, dumbass. Oh, they call this place River Dumbass. That's interesting. Yeah, for now we have more than enough paper. Yippee, we survived. Actually, the most annoying thing before automation was not the fact that you had to turn off the pumps, it's the fact that you'd always forget to turn them back on, and then only realize when you see a bunch of water icons everywhere, and then you panic. Put it in a French accent, and I'm sure there's a place called that. There's a city called Cam as well. Yeah, I can imagine. So the platforms are almost all in, which is good. That's probably the slowest part because planks. And because we have no workers either. So you know what? Focus on this. It's only 40 logs. Da 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 da. I think there's another place in England that's called Hills, 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 Hills. I think I've heard of that. Because each time it was discovered by a nation, they kept the previous name and added their twist without knowing they all came up with the same thing. Yeah. Aren't languages a beautiful thing? Right, now we have new houses, so we should have kids. Torpenhow Hill. Yeah, I can imagine like potentially each syllable being the word hill. We have 240 science. Oh, these just need paper on top. But it's 1.4k, that's gonna take a while. Do I do that now? I can probably wait to unlock it. I won't be able to build it before a while anyway, because we're waiting for this. That reminds me of the Swedish iconic red horse. English people add horse to it, but it already has horse in the Swedish in the name. Oh. Wait, but aren't we pumping water? We don't have workers, you idiot! Be smarter. Someone go there and do it, you know? Like, well, I guess no one's working in that thing. We just have to die now. And yes, I will blame them even though it's my fault. Use your advanced beaver brains, please. Okay, now time to monitor this thing. Clearly, they didn't tell you, so it's their fault. Yeah, they should have like a mechanic where one of them start like shouting at you, like in The Sims. And they like wave at the camera. They're like, hey, we need water. So far, so good. Come on, man. Go drink. You too. Injured, that's fine. Go to hospital. Alright, we have survived this little incident. Actually, that is an interesting use case maybe for these. The speaker makes noises. Because then you could potentially, I don't know if you can. So that's to automate the building. Can you have like a worker detector or whatever? I'm not sure how you do that. Because it will be interesting if these are like not bumping. Then you could trigger an alert. So signal based on stock level or storage fill rate. Storage fill rate. So hold on. There's the percent. Is that the fill rate? It is the fill rate, okay. I would say fill rate here instead of percent, because percent makes me feel like, oh, it's gonna be the quantity, but in percentage instead. But no, the percent is a whole different thing. It's how much it's filling up, basically. I think. If that's the case, then what we could do is have, if the fill rate of like water is 0, then we have a problem. So make a noise. So this one says with alerting capabilities. That's interesting. I know we talked about having like UI things, like buttons that you could press in the UI, which I assume is for these. So maybe you can also have UI notifications. Sure, one thing I can do, this is only 50, so I'll unlock it. Oh, this one doesn't connect to the path like that one did. That's interesting. Let's give it a try, see what it's like. Spring return. Aha, so you can pin it, okay. What is spring return? Oh, so you can hold it. That's interesting, okay. And that's to go to it. So now I can name this as pumps. Not have it on spring return. And when I go automate pumps. And when I think I can just V. Yeah. And so now I can do this to turn on the pumps, all of them, and click it again to turn them off. I'm also gonna make the workplace super important. And simple U, workplace, max. Yeah, that's very handy. And then we could have the same for these. I guess I can say unlimited anyway, because it's going to be limited by this. Oh, or maybe not actually. Because this one clearly has a cycle where it goes up and then this discharges the water. So maybe it is going to push it out and overflow. I'm not sure. Yeah, so this replaces the old sluice. It doesn't have the bad water contamination sensor. Is that also the level actually? If I put it like this, yeah, it stabilizes. And 65.65 meter, which is, I think, one block is 1 meter, because they're beavers. So 0.65 meter is what it used to be anyway, as 0.65. It's just that now it's explicitly meters. So in that regard, nothing has changed. Because by default, dams, which is the inert, like completely passive way of controlling water flow, I think by default, like it's also 65.65 meter. Minecraft metric system still reigns supreme, yeah. It is just the way. Now that I think about it, one issue with my design here is that because we're going to need eventually the... Actually, no, because we can use the weather station. We don't need a bad water contamination. Oh, speaking of it, the timing is not too great, but I guess we'll see how it goes. We also don't need more paper. So I can close them completely, right? 0 meter should be closed, I assume. Well, now things are gonna get interesting. I'm gonna save now in case there's like a way to save the game. If like things go wrong, we might find a solution without having to revert back. Even if we revert back to the beginning of this, I don't know how else to do it, so... But even if this whole like filled completely with bad water, the first bad water tide is going to be a single day. It's not enough to kill plants. But in this case, it's not going to run away with the river once it's done. So it might actually be able to kill plants by staying there. Because you'd have to wait until it evaporates. So the way to do it might be to instead use contamination barriers on the lake bed and then wait for the evaporation. We'd also have to build levees all around it, which would be a pain in the butt. But I mean, this is sort of a pain in the butt, but it's more fun. So ideally I'd prefer this to work. It's the last day. Time for the moment of truth. Is it gonna overflow? We might have done all of this for nothing. If that's the case, I will probably reset the save to the previous point where we haven't built it, because what's the point if it's not actually used? Moment of truth. Here it comes. Close the gates. Is it gonna fill up? It doesn't look like it's filling up to me. Maybe it is? I just saw a jump, but I don't know if... So turn off the pumps. Well, actually, no, there's no need, because it's only a single day. Has it gone up? Because I could see 2 marks here, and now I can only see 1. Well, sort of. So this is now full of bad water. Which... Maybe if we wait enough, the normal water is gonna replace it? I think it's doing it, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. We'll wait a bunch and see. Because if I can avoid releasing it into the lake, that'd be nice. It might be diffuse enough that it's not a problem. Because these pumps can still work in bad water, it's just that like they actually like they filter it. But if you have like 100% bad water, for example, then you can't pump any proper water from it. And obviously at 100%, it's definitely gonna kill everything around it. Okay, it doesn't seem to be going away, which I guess makes sense for gameplay purposes, so push. Okay, we're good. It was just the surface. Alright, so this thing's useless. Great, we won the game. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna load the... So, have I built anything? I've built these. I think that's it. And I guess maybe these, I don't remember if I had built them before I started building this, but... let's see. There's 3 more yet, 2. Oh yeah, there they are. I guess we're gonna load the game. Because there's really no point. Today we learned, yeah. And I guess with that game load, I think it's a good time for me to go to the toilet because I really need to go. I've been holding it in because I wanted to like stay for the bad water and not lose track of what's in my mind. But yeah, now I'm gonna go. So see you in a bit. Alright, I am back. So, since we don't have to do a whole aqueduct, I guess we're gonna make... Oh, this thing is still there, okay. What I could do... come back, thank you. Blah, blah, blah. Fill valve over here, then that way eventually we can have... Oh wait, but it's never gonna go down if the bad water stays in. Unless the concentration was still going down. See, this one is 400 though. So for now we'll control them manually. And I think the season, like weather, was paper? No, treated planks, right? Also, one thing I do need to do again is this. Yeah, for treated planks we need pine resin, which means we have to plant pine somewhere else and then wait. What I could potentially do is... You know what I just realized actually? I never told them to cut the trees over there. But what I could potentially do is clear this area and have only pines. Or potentially put the pines here. Yeah, I think that's what I'd do. But what I'm gonna do first is, in terms of planting, remove all of this. And then for the cutting, tell them to cut only these rows. The stockpile is full. Could be good to have a stockpile closer to here. That's like an underground one, but because here I'd probably have more planks, more lumber mills. So I'd like to not have stockpiles there. Because basically for the underground one, you need to have full ground, like dirt blocks. And so over here we can go with pine. I have to wait until they remove the logs. Which is funny. And then I think it's in... What, yeah, Tapper's Shack. Employs tappers who gather sap and syrup from trees. It's not gonna be super efficient. Oh, that is gonna take 800 science. So that's 1300 total. Uh-huh. Cool. Okay. We'll just look at the clouds and tell the weather that way, I think. It's fine. So for now, I'll just go with the lever here. Oh yeah, and actually what I can do for now is put them here in the middle. We'll have the pumps and the, I guess, sluices technically still. So you connect to sluices, you... Oh yeah, the settings are shared between them, so that's great. So when it's off... Oh, also I need pinned and pinned. Which one makes the most sense? Turn it on. Yeah, I think like this. So when it's off, target height like this, and when it's on, target height to 0. And the target height is basically if water reaches this height, you stop pumping, essentially. So by putting it to 0, it'll never pump because it's always going to be at the target height. So now we can do this, or this rather. I need to close them. And then you can do the same to toggle the pumps on. So automate pumps, turn it on. That way you can do like even like full-on automation is not even needed because you can do the same thing you did before, but in a more convenient way, which is great. See now if I open them again. Yep, it flowed. And that way when we have a drought, we just click one button and it's done. We still won't have a reminder to turn them back on. But that's just like old Timberborn, so yeah. Now I might want to spend a bit more on well-being. Now these I don't think are actually like, well, this is not the well-being tab, though some of them do contribute when there's the green buff here. These don't, it's just for being pretty. What I'm gonna do actually is reverse these and put the contemplation spot, which is a well-being thing, here in the middle. Unless I put 2 of those and 3 hammocks. Yeah, plus it'll be closer to the trees, actually. That makes more sense to me. So 2 contemplation spots. Right, over here we had the houses, which we need to build again, and now I can't do it because I spent all my science. Because I forgot, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. And now we have a whole bunch of metal, which is great. Nothing to spend it on right now. One thing we could do is actually we don't need that here, we can just do this. Except for that damn tree over there. Houses? Who need houses? We sleep like real beavers on the ground. Yeah, I mean, these are evolved beaver. They have like acquired taste. Like the need to sleep in comfy huts. Yeah, this is gonna grant us 200 science. Over here we also have this water thing, which we can connect to power to get water from the aquifer. Oh, humans' last ditch attempt to recover what was lost. Yeah, they done fucked up. Right now we're in perfect equilibrium. 0 vacancies, 0 unemployed. Oh, okay, we didn't need the path anyway. Kinda want to remove this part so it looks more like an island with a thing, but they do use it sometimes. I don't know what that beaver did though. But anyway. I'll keep it, I guess, for now anyway. Right, time for whoosh. I could grab these actually. I'll go with these for now. Okay, now we have 4 vacancies. Hey, are those going to be connected by default? Yeah, that's great. Now the hardest part is going to be that I don't think there's any... Well, I mean, right now is not a good time to check. Any, like, water sources other than this, so we're really going to have to use aquifers. If you just turn this one on, the water starts flowing. I guess we'll see now where the bad water goes. Oh, well, I know there's bad water coming through here, because it reached that thing. Yeah, so we'd have to dam this side. Turn the pumps back on. Alright, and I guess the next goal was to do the winter bind, so I think it is time. Vertical power shaft, like this. I guess for now, keep it simple. It's not like I can dig anyway. Actually, just pose. This one is not needed. Yeah, I could pose these two. And then will it reach this one? Yes, no. Well, actually, it doesn't say it's away and can't be reached. Oh, this one says, okay. What does the other 4 for now? That way we'll get more power. Now the question is, where do we stockpile this? I guess I could build a big levee here. That would be a nice little reservoir. And block this out. Come on, we need new workers. I don't know where I want to, like, thematically, where I want this to be. No, what, now that we have this, I guess I'll have, I think it's 3 or 4. It's 4. Have the Lido be here. And we do a little artificial. Actually, I don't know if I want this to block the view. Hmm. Maybe something like this. Over here, something else I wanted to do. That way we'll have a little recreation, like water, sort of water park, I guess. Oh, you know what? I was like, why are we not getting wood? Because I forgot I did this. And over here we can have pine trees. which should not be getting cut. And eventually we'll get the tapper sack and get pine resin. And there we go. It'll be easier to build things with wood. Bottled water source. That is the gear workshop, I assume, yeah. I wonder if there's a quick, like, bypass thing. I don't think there is. I can set this to 0. But right now we need a lot of planks for the platforms. Almost there. We prioritize this. One plank missing. Buildings unstaffed. Yep. Oh yeah, because we lack workers. What's this for now? Go make planks. We need plonk. There we go. Now we can go swim. Have fun in the water. One thing I might do, because doing this or this is the same, so it doesn't matter if this one goes away. Although for the farms, it does help them probably reach, so what I might do is keep a straight line. Or just keep it as it is, and just have it like go just as far as we need for them to reach the edge of the field. That way we save on space for crops. Bad tide approaching, here we go. It better behave the same as last time, otherwise I'm rioting. We're back in terms of logs, so I can go 100 again. Almost there. No, I can still reach, actually. That's good. So now we can do this. In terms of food, we are full. We're making enough planks. How much is it? 250. I think it's time for an upgrade. So here we'd have enough for 2. I don't even need to be there to close them, thanks to this button. I went there by reflex, by instinct. Because that's how it used to be, but now I can be anywhere on the map and just click the button. Don't click it again though. And also pumps. Right, so over here, yeah, I'd have room for 2. Eventually I unlock dynamite, I can make room for more. I feel like that might be where we want to stockpile food. Unless we have a park and put the stockpiles more in the center with... I guess it makes sense. That looks like a nice, cozy place. This is a bit more utilitarian, I guess. Thing is, do I want them like right up to the thing? Probably not. This I can remove if I want to go up there and rebuild it like in a proper place. Yeah, one of these holds 200, so that's 400 total. This is 1200. So 3 times the amount for 1/3 more. Or 1/2 more? Yeah, half of this, so plus half. The footprint. I am curious about this, like to see if it's eventually going to turn back to normal water fully, but I am too impatient to like actually test it, so. If I had a stream gauge, actually we could test in real time, but now we've put these things there, so. Because you can have. Actually, where is it? Landscaping? Path and structure? Where are these things? Well-being, decoration. Aha. So with these you can't do automation, but you can tell, like it will show you the depth and the contamination and the flow. So. Da, 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 da. Right, we can finish this now. Well, actually, yeah, we're done with the warehouse. Right now we only have one connected, which is supplying like 51 HP. Now with the whole thing, we have almost 1200. And that depends on the wind. What is the max for these? 150. And eventually you can make batteries. That when you have any surplus, it stores them by going up the thing. And then the higher you build them, the more energy you have, basically, to spare. Alright, we have a bunch of unemployed beavers now. Build a geothermal here. Actually, it might be better. Hold on. If I put a platform here, I can build another. And same over here, but that's going to be new, so I don't think we will. So I guess I could have kept the power over here. I was going to say we can save on some space by having it go through the back like this, but I don't know. Eventually we could have... Oh, it would have been super nice if like the platform was... if the path was aligned with it. And then you could have a tree either way of it and eventually have the tunnel go through. Although with dynamite we can do the same here, so... yeah, that'll do it actually. Eventually we can have a tunnel. And in the meantime... yeah, I'm still gonna go at the back, I think. Well, actually, yeah, the other platform is gonna be here. 3 on either side. Yeah, I feel like having the power shaft there would be ugly. We could have some decoration or something. So yeah, I'm gonna go from the back. Like this. But yeah, to make explosives, we're gonna need bad water. Which I'm probably gonna get from over here, I think. Because this is gonna get replaced by normal water. This one's further away. So, since we're gonna have to build over here, we're gonna have to make a dam over here. Or like a levee. So... having the explosives production over here would be good. Ah, now we can't reach this one. Da 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 da. There we go. Eventually, yeah, we dynamite this, have a third platform, and we put these trees over here. Maybe even in front and have lamps behind, I don't know. And yeah, now we have 2000 supply. Oh, these are going at maximum power now. Is it actually bang on 2000? Or is it capped somehow? Uh, 4 of those is 600. That's 1200. 1600. Yep, okay, so it is bang on 2000 because we're running at max. With that built, I guess it is time to focus our efforts on this side. Do I actually need this path? Like, it doesn't really help them reach any further. It's a bit of a waste. And like, if I put platforms, it's gonna be ugly. The stairs are gonna be like right in the middle, in between the trees, because it's very tall. So I think the best thing to do is probably to remove this. Yeah, and build maybe a little decoration, something to motivate them. I think a lantern would be nice. Unlock it and put it there. Then we're gonna put lanterns a bit everywhere, because the lanterns are actually good. They give a well-being boost. So they're the same range as a shrub. So here they're always gonna go through. In this case, I'm future-proofing. I like the trees behind, actually, yeah. It just fills the space with some green. I think that's nice. That way, like, they go through these choke points. Eventually, they're gonna go through there as well. So that's sorted. Over here, we can add one. Here is gonna be a bit harder. I could put it on the roof, but I can replace one of those. The shrubs are everywhere anyway. So just in this choke point, put a lantern. And we could unlock the scarecrow as well. A field decoration, once meant to scare birds, now brings delight to young and old alike. Because yeah, I guess the birds went extinct as well. Or maybe they're not as common. I don't know. Because realistically, I don't think this world would work without like birds and a bunch of other animals, like with just beavers surviving. Which I don't know if it's exactly the case in the lore. That like beavers are literally the only species left. If there's one thing that I would criticize, I would like these to have uses as well. Like all of these give an aesthetics bonus, but then you get to the bench and the hammock and stuff, and you have no reason to actually use them except for like the visuals, which is like, I don't know. On one hand, I can see it like having less that you're forced to place, but I don't know. It still feels kind of like the banners, for example, would be cool to have a boost to go with them. Like, if anything, I feel like the banners would. I've never used them. They were already in the game when I played the experimental branch, but I haven't tried them. Because when I played experimental, it was basically for the stairs, the spiral stairs. So I played it a little bit, and then I was like, okay, cool. Yep, they are stairs and they go spiral. But I was like, I'd rather wait for the full, 1.0 release to come out. So I didn't play a lot. Still a bit of metal here. And we have a full stockpile. Sorry, I got distracted once again. I probably want this actually to go that way. One at a time, so it's gonna take a bit. That's fine. So I'm gonna go up there. Build a levee here. Water wheels over here would be nice. Although I don't know if I'm gonna bother with water wheels until I have the dynamite. That way I can do a nice proper little setup here. Like remove some of this and then have a nice little power plant over here. Which takes 200 HP. So we'll be fine. This thing is done. I guess I'll keep that here. Oh, I didn't realize that was too tall. Why do I build it here? Be a bit neater. I have a lot of logs anyway, so why not? So what's the stats now? We have plus 40% working speed, plus 15% movement speed, and plus 20% life expectancy. And for the kits, plus 10% growth speed, and then same for movement and life expectancy. Of course, it depends on like who goes through what. And does what during their free time. It shows your average well-being, but some have it higher, some have it lower. So shelter. Are missing houses? No, we have 3 beds. Who stepped outside? Hello? I don't know. Oh, it went down there. Also, I forgot we had a drought. Close the pumps. Hunger. Oh, that's fine. That will go back up. So aesthetics, roof. So not everyone goes through there, apparently. I don't know. Scarecrow, weather vane, beaver statue. Right, the wet fur one. Not everyone apparently can do it, which makes sense. We only have 2. And the Lido, I guess. So I don't know, actually. Anyway, it's not an issue. I'm afraid that at some point, like another bad water source is going to add to these, and I don't like that one at all. It's over there. It goes through there, so it should be able to drain. Yeah, it should be able to. But it is a bit ominous with like that giant slope towards our colony like that. May it never come. But yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if at some point another one of these sources could add to this one and make it go above. So I think, just in case, I'm gonna do this. I could even make it a full wall. That's this height. Is it a waste of materials? Probably. Am I gonna do it anyway? Definitely. We can add even more workforce. Now we wait until that's built. Eventually I could wall this off and turn this into a big reservoir. Once the water comes up this thing, we should be able to grow stuff here. We are gonna need contamination barriers because the bad water is gonna come here, so this land is gonna be lousy. But otherwise, it should be okay. How much is it again? 400. 69. Anyway. Now the ancient aquifers, do they also spit out bad water during bad tides? Right now I'm thinking, my brain cells are chugging away. Like, do I want a dam or do I want a gate? I probably want the bad water to flow if it is, but I don't want it to go into this, which would definitely become a reservoir. I probably also don't want it in here. So probably I might, if this spits out bad water during bad tides, what I could do is use the new clutch here. Hi boss, thank you for the hydrate. Lurking while you build. Thank you, appreciate it, and thanks for the stretch.
Feel it.
I don't know what it is, but the stretches feel extra good today. Hydration done. I wonder how they interact. Well, actually, yeah, you can only have one, right? So, I'll have to think more about that, because I was thinking of potentially reducing the number to 3 pumps when the water is not full. Or when the water is full, rather. So that we don't have workers staying there. But I don't think it's worth it. Right, this is done. This is gonna flow again. I know what I could have done, actually. Instead of pumping through here directly, could have had an opening that lets some bad water in, and then pump it. Although if I do want this to be a reservoir, then maybe not. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'll be fine anyway. Let's do this. Water. Bad water pump is 250, we're good. Wait, is it only 2 depth? I thought it was 3. Damn it. Okay, cancel this. It's fine. So we could have, actually we could have one here. But actually I'll do, just to be neat, 3 and then over here. Do I want this? It's 500 points though. Nah, since we've already unlocked the valves, might as well do it this way. Target height unlimited. Although I guess it's not as good as a dam. Do I build a dam at the top? I guess. Because with these, I'd have to monitor the water level and open them when it gets too high. Because they monitor the level downstream, but not upstream. So that would be annoying to do. That way we have a way to empty when needed. But it's going to discharge from the top otherwise. Like if for some reason we get clean water in here and we need this to be bad water, we can flush it out quicker or something. I am actually a little bit worried because there's lots of flow. So what I'm gonna do is even have these as dams as well. If I wanted the zip lines, how much would it cost again? Quite a bit. Nothing to do in range. Ah, right, they're done. So the iron there is gone. The next closest is this. Bad tide rain. Spews out bad water during a bad tide. Interesting. So that's even more bad water. The things you find. I was just looking at the ruins and I noticed the thing. I was like, are those like tunnels? Nope, they're drains. There's more here. With an aquifer. Bad water pump. Look at this. I need to close this. There it goes. Right, looks like it's working fine. Scary as hell. That's a lot of flow, but should be fine. It's actually slowed down a bit. Well, sort of, it slows down, it speeds up. Unless I'm losing my mind, which is also a possibility. It should be built by tomorrow. Then we are gonna need... what are we gonna need? You turn bad water straight up into things, right? Yeah, the extract is just for the double dynamite and triple. Now this is gonna need power. I guess we are gonna bring the power over here because we need it for this. So I can build it here. I guess while we're here, just remove it all. So storage, medium tank, bad water. The question is, how do we bring the power over there? Or I guess I could start with some wind power. It would be easier to carry the power if we had the dynamite in the first place, so... Actually, for this, we don't even need wind power. We have free energy right there. Water wheel for the first time in this playthrough. We can finally use these. What a crazy development. That's gonna be... Yeah, that's gonna be enough. Well, just for the hell of it. Make the place a bit prettier for the workers. Actually, don't do that yet. Just in case we eventually get 3, I'm gonna build this here. Do this. And recipe, right, we can make fireworks now. Make it pretty. Lantern like this, and then shrub. Behind it is probably gonna be a power shaft anyway. Pause. A nice bench in case you want to stare at the stinky water. Because it is, I think, canonically stinky. Yeah, I wish the extra protective measures included nose plugs. But you know, aside from the stench and the colors of hell, it's a pretty comfy corner over here. Oh, what is it coming? A drought. A drought. Impose. There we go, now we're making explosives. We have 5 already. Another thing that we're used for, the not these but the extract, I think is for the tunnels. Yeah. And tunnels can be handy especially for paths like this because you can essentially like place it. Right now I can't. And it will automatically place platforms for you, which means with a path it doesn't destroy. You don't need to remove the path and then no one can go through anymore. Instead it just like magically replaces it when it explodes, which is great. So that's a handy thing. But yeah, tunnels require some extra science first of all. Then you need the extract, which you also make from bad water with a centrifuge and planks. But then we can go through the earth directly. In this case, what I'm gonna do is place these here. And we're gonna wait a day. So basically we're gonna place them the next day, this day that's coming. And then we're gonna wait for the night, so that no one is in here anymore. Detonate it so we won't be able to go anymore. But then we'll build the platforms. Well, the platform in the middle anyway. And then on the side we're gonna have a power shaft basically going through. Ah, no one is... Oh, perfect timing. There we go. So now we can build a platform and a path. And then under that we can have a power shaft running. Like this. I might want to keep this side clear then. Can you build one over that? No, you can't. It's fine, we don't need it. We can build in a diagonal, so... That should power the pump, the aquifer. Well, I mean, we don't have much power here, so... Yeah, well, Rosna is going down as well because we are having a drought. How much is it for the beaver statue? 500. Maybe not. Maybe we won't do that. One thing we could start doing though is explode this. And then I guess I could replace the platforms. Because we're gonna have a too wide channel here. We're unfortunately short on workers again. Can close the pumps though, I forgot to do that. These are still full, so. Oh yeah, but now we're not making explosives anymore. Right. That's fine, just detonate these for now.
Don't
And
do
two
it
wheels.
for young. It's not worth it for young.
I will
Remember
do
what
it.
your mother used to say.
She can't stop me. Hope you're doing good, by the way, D-Man. Thank you for being here. Hi, Beam! It's the cat. Yeah, it's the Beam. Hope you're doing good. So now we're gonna have a narrow channel, and because it's getting narrow, it's gonna go very fast through there. Because the water physics are a thing, and so that's gonna generate a lot of power. I don't remember if there's a hard cap, there probably is. Yeah, 270. Okay, how are you doing? I'm doing good too. Having fun with Timberborn. My throat is becoming a bit of a pain, because of talking. But otherwise, yeah, doing good. Having fun. So excited that 1.0 is here. There's so much to look forward to with the new automation stuff. This is not very automation because I'm doing it manually. But eventually, we have all of these things that we can use to make things automatically, which is great. Even the manual ones are such a quality of life improvement. And yeah, right now I'm building a little power plant so that we can power the dynamite factory as well as this ancient human relic that pumps water for us. Eventually we can build our own over here, which looks mostly the same, a bit smaller. Requires 400 HP though, instead of 200 here. What I might do actually here is have a staircase. So that we can go over the power shaft. But then we don't get a tree. Though we can put the tree next to it. Yeah, actually that would be good. Remove this, build a copy here. And then tree goes in the corner. Probably a bit safer not having the gears right next to the bench. Architecture. Right, so this is gonna overflow here, this is gonna start really pumping over here. And then see how much power we can have going through it. Here it comes. Here it comes not. Because there's some back pressure happening. But eventually it's gonna get going. Yeah, we're gonna cap 370. How much was it? That's 380, that's above, right? Oh, it says 270. Oh, 270 per meter square per second thing. I don't know. Whatever. Physics. Yay. Okay, eventually it does slow down, but I remember that, so that makes sense. But then it speeds up again. Yeah, that's quite a bit of power. And this thing needs power. Wait, connected to a generator? Hold on. Wait, what? Oh. Teehee. Right. Okay, fine. This, please. Gonna wait till tomorrow. And eventually we'll join both power sources together. Like we'll have a whole energy grid. Let's see it in action. Once this piece gets placed, it should start. Oh, you know what? I just realized it. It went back to being widescreen. Huh? Why is that? Is it when I loaded the save? Probably. Ugh. Stop being a butt. That is one of the non-perks of having an ultra-wide. That games are annoying. But anyway, here it comes! Yippee! Oh, the satisfaction of seeing everything turn green. Now, I did say I would need barriers here. But in the end, I guess I'm not going to be using this for planting, so it doesn't matter. Can still do it on this side. And this now should be filling up until it overflows. Eventually I want to close this off, have it as a reservoir over here, where we can pump water. And same for this probably. Close it like over here. And that is the magic of Timberborn. You make a power plant and you connect a bunch of things and boom, green. And now because we have power, we're making dynamite again, so soon we'll have this opened and hopefully make even more power. Yeah, I still wonder what the automated detonator would be used for. Come on. We're just missing one. Oh, we don't have a worker anymore. Okay. Okay, fine then. Let's do maybe this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Always forget. This is why I need to automate it eventually. I think I'm gonna disable this, like, maybe these two. Keep only 3 going, like, full time, and only have these in case of emergency. So these 3 are still controlled by the switch, and the other 2 are gonna stay off until I actually, like, fully need them. At this point, having a zipline would be useful, but yeah, science-wise, it's gonna be pretty expensive. Oh, it's already gonna be midnight. What the hell? Nope, I want the V. Alright, these, I forgot. They can go like fully under. And then we can remove this line here. I should really just do the thing. Yeah, we're gonna need more beavers. I did want a park, but it's gonna be hard to do. We'll need water. Right, I did say I might like need to go up there, so I actually want to do this. That'd be kind of strange. What if I do this? Then a bit of a pain, but possible. Should we just do this? And then I don't know what the hell I would put over here, but stuff. Well-being. Medical beds. With a roof over their heads. There you go, that's pretty nice. We'll unlock the hedges, put them here. That would be annoying to build. But when they're there, they would kind of fill the space. And look green and pretty. Let's see. That's gonna be 200. Just to make a solid roof. Is it worth it? Yeah, it is. Wait, don't touch this for now. Also focus on this. Mm. Alright, I did not unlock the hatch. You know what? I'm unlocking it. I don't care. Am I? Am I unlocking it? Nah, a shrub is fine. And put that floor over here. We're gonna have a nice hospital over here. And by nice, I mean it has sort of beds, I guess, tents, whatever. We have a new house for 6 people, 6 beaver. Right on top of here, because there's a nice view, I was thinking either another terrace or contemplation spot, something, I don't know. Can't have a campfire, because it can only be done on solid ground, so... yeah, that'll do. Because I don't think I want another building like right up against. Ah, these can't have a thing, okay. There you go, that's nice and cozy, I think. Are we still oh yeah, we're building the vase over here. I was like, what the hell is taking so long? So over here, what I'm gonna do is make a big... Never mind. I forgot it's one gate to unlock. Time to build this stuff. Drought. What actually? Maybe. Well, no, because it's 500. Yeah, never mind. So I was gonna say a beaver statue over here would be nice. Would still be visible even from the ground. Da, 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 da. Right, yeah, the tunnels, that's 2k just to unlock them, and we also need to unlock the centrifuge to make extract, so 600 and 2000, yeah. In terms of science, we have the observatory, the refinery. Oh, those make the biofuel and stuff, yeah. Here's the drought. So yeah, the observatory is 1k. For now, one thing I could do is double my science yield, like this. There you go, this is all done. We sacrificed a bit of food, but I think it looks nice. Like, I felt like the small roofs blocked the building front too much. I wish there was like a wooden platform without the holes to act as a flat roof, but also because I don't like how empty it is down there. I'm gonna do this and put a lamp back. That's gonna help fill the space a little. Even just the brown color is better than seeing like suddenly a bunch of grass. Okay, now we should be getting science twice as fast. Oh yeah, and because it's a drought, we don't have any power. Right, for this we needed the treated planks, which are expensive to unlock. 800 for the wood workshop, 500 for the tapper shack. Although now that we're gonna get the science a bit faster, it might be doable. Though probably not this stream, because it is gonna be midnight in 6 minutes. 5 minutes and a half, I guess. Oh, speaking of, I need to... Actually, do I have a button? No, I don't. I need to go to the interwebs. And stop raids. Because we're gonna be going soon. Yeah, I'd like to finish this drought. And then if this is built, I'm not gonna bother with that this stream. I did need to put something there. I guess a simple dam is enough for now, honestly. Just do this. Guess we can unlock the tapper shack already. Put it over here. You need power to function, okay. So I guess I have the tapper over here, and then the wood workshop is the same length as the smelter. If I put it there, I'm gonna need to transfer the power. You know what, this is gonna be temporary as well. I'm gonna put it here. Alright, I can't unlock it yet. I'll put it here. Temporarily. We're gonna have to dismantle this as well. Fix all of this. And get a proper district going there. And what I'm gonna do as well is... Do I go for a medium tank? Oh, I also needed to impose you. Yeah, it's gonna be a great setup. This was supposed to be the wood stockpile, but it's gonna be freaking expensive, so... You can come here. This is gonna be... pine... Oh yeah, the resin is not in a thing, it's a warehouse. Pine resin. We have holders anyway, so should be fine. Drought is almost over. Turn the pumps back on. Da, 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 da. 800. Oh, this is gonna be very temporary, but if I can do it this stream, it would be nice. There it goes. Wee. Ah, but then I also need to unlock the actual thing, which also does get expensive. You know what? It's not happening. It's 300 on top of the 800 for the tapper shack. So, actually, I think, yeah, we're gonna raid out. Do I have other thief grindstones in the vicinity? There's 2 over there. There should be more, maybe. But anyway, it is midnight. I need to go and get dinner still. So, I have to end here. Let's see. Save. Gonna replace this one. And look for someone to raid. Can I actually do this? No, it's still muting it. Damn it. Wait, no, there's a setting in Timberborn. Timberborn is actually good. Crazy, I know. uh, well, except the setting is off and it's still doing it. Okay, I guess it doesn't work then. It's fine. Timberborn is not good. Gotta ask for a refund now. Anyway. Oh, and it went back to widescreen. That's because of my ultra wide. Like pretty much every game does it. But anyway, let's look for someone to raid. I'm gonna have to do music myself, pretty much. uh, Maybe I should do like Sunny and have some music or something. Let's see. I assume no one I know is going to be playing Timberborn. Yeah. The only streamer that's playing Timberborn right now is a French streamer. So that's great. Like, what are people waiting for, man? Well, let's rate Possum again. Possum's cool, and currently playing The Sims again, The Sims 1, which is really fun to watch. Amazing house that they've built over there. I want to live there for sure. You'll see there's like, it's the perfect house, really. There's nothing else to say about it. So yeah, we're gonna go and say hello to Possum. Awesome Possum. If I can. That was a little shot of Timberborn music right there. Let's go to the right screen so we get some music. Even though I never know how to time it, but that's fine. But yeah, let's raid Awesome Possum. And hopefully the timing is right. I don't know, we'll see. Here's the raid message also. If you're subbed, you can copy the first one, and if you're not, you can copy the second one. And yeah, I'll be playing more of this on Sunday at the same time. I might even go live earlier, honestly. I don't know. Which, if you want to know if I go live early or not, it's on my Blue Sky, which is probably in my About section. But yeah, hopefully you had fun watching, and hopefully I'll see you on Sunday. Have fun with Possum, and take care of yourselves. Hydrate and all that. Did I get the timing wrong? Probably. Let's find out. The bar is going down. Thank you for coming by, Kupi. Really appreciate it. Okay, music is ending, I think.
Thanks to the power of Studio One!
Thanks, D-Man. Did I get the timing perfect? Sort of. Yeah, it's gonna fade out. Come on, do it. Do it!